Okay, welcome to another Friday. I forgot to order a keyboard, and my keyboard is now kind of super glued. I hope the control key stays on. It's still not fully dry though, so when I press my control key, it stays stuck down. So I have to remember that I need to use the right control key. But I'll make sure to order a new keyboard after tonight's stream because I set an alarm for it, so I don't forget this time. It happened again right before the stream. Like, what was it? Like maybe 7 p.m. or something. Like 2 hours ago, I posted a link in the Discord, and well, the control key went flying again. So make sure it's a red switch. I actually have the one that I have now uses the brown switches, and I'm actually quite happy with those. But like I said, I might try out one of those new Corsair keyboards, the ones with the mechanical switches or the mechanical keys. I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna like those, but I read that they're pretty decent, so I might maybe try that one. But I have to check. I don't know what the price difference is between that and like the one that I had now, or at least the newer version of the one that I had now, because the one that I have now, they don't really sell them anymore. Like, I have one previous version, but I'll check it out. I'm gonna have to do some research. So tonight is going to be some sound design, and we'll see where that leads us. But I want to do some, I guess, some Neurofunk sound design, and probably do some drums, maybe make some bass stuff, and then we'll probably also do some intro vibe kind of searching and seeing where it goes. Red is the best. It's a trust me bro situation. Well, I mean the one with the red switches is slightly cheaper than the one with the brown switches, so that might be an option. One moment, let me take my fucking shoes off. Still wearing my shoes. What the hell? There we go. Free defeat. Where's Ableton? Here? Oh. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I'll check which one I'll go for with the keyboard, but I mean, at least I know which kind of ones I like, so I'll see which one of those I'm gonna take. They all should be pretty decent, so. Let me quickly think about what key I want to work in today. Let me just grab a serum. And let's just do a bunch of voices. And see if we can quickly come up with like a... Oh yeah, different control key. Oh, that doesn't work. Ah, that works, yeah. I'm so used to it's such a muscle memory to just use the left control key, so. 6 skin. This Ableton skin is available on my Patreon, so if you wanna have this, you I think Art is on a healthy diet. Honestly, not much different than what it was before. I did quit weed though, and I've been I think I passed the 90-day mark, so we're doing really good. These are the Beyerdynamics DT900 Pro X, if I'm correct. I believe that's what they're called. Basically the new Beyer line. You've got the I believe you've got the 700 Pro or the 700 something, and then there's the 900 Pro X, which is the ones that I have. I actually like them a lot. I came from the 880s, of course, which are like semi-open. These ones are just open-backed headphones. I kind of got the 880s back in the day because I was a little bit concerned about like doing live streaming and then the mic picking it up too much. But honestly, now I have open-backed headphones. I'm like, it's kind of fine, you know. Maybe if I would have like a different mic, it would be a bit more of an issue. But with this dynamic mic, it really doesn't matter. And I come from the 880s, and those have the very how do you say it? Well, the characteristic kind of Beyer sound, right? With the really pushed high end, which is nice in a way because it allows you to really hear what is happening in the high frequencies very well. But on like a longer session, it can get pretty tiring on the ears. So I would often just, EQ them down a little bit in the high end because I do quite long sessions on stream. And, well, you get quite a lot of ear fatigue due to that really pushed high end. And the 900s that I have now don't really have that. They are a little bit flatter in the high frequencies, which for me at least works a lot better. And still, like the bass response is also pretty good. Like and they are not too expensive actually. That was the one thing that I was a little bit concerned about because they're not too expensive actually. So I was like, not sure if they're. I believe the 990s were more expensive. So I was like, not sure if that's gonna be good. But I'll just try them out, and I'm actually really happy with them. So. Yeah, the 990s and the 880s are pretty similar in that regard. I believe there's a slight little difference, but they're pretty similar in terms of how much high end they have. Hmm. Should we go with something weird like that? Let's see. So like thinking what I want to do today. I'm just gonna stick with C# for now because I've been doing that for the past week. So. That's kind of cool. Little weird thing here, but I guess that just uses the melodic minor, and then that is, I guess, also melodic minor in a way, like, or harmonic minor, but kind of like that. But let's just say we're gonna do C# again, or I mean we can quickly check. Like, what would it do in D? Maybe we'll go for D#. I kind of like D# for this progression. Or, I mean, I'm just quickly gonna try. I really like C as well, but it's so low, it's gonna be really difficult to work with. This might be a little bit easier. Should we start with making some drums? In the key of D sharp? Okay, this is really annoying, not being able to use the left control key. Wait, can I use left shift as well? I can. Okay, good. Just have to remember myself that I need to use the left control and shift key for tonight. Although reaching control A is a bit annoying then, but well, I guess we'll make it work. We'll get used to it soon enough. The control key is glued back together, but it's still not fully dry. So when I press the control key, it kind of stays stuck down, and I have to pull it back up. So, yeah, it is what it is. I guess we can just go and work in here now. So we want to have that. We want to have some kind of shape like this on here. What was the key combo for that? See, I'm just, well, fuck it. We'll go in here. My muscle memory just, I'm so used to the muscle memory of using the stuff on the left side that when I now need to use it on the right side, I'm like, what is the key combo to switch polarity? I just don't even know the key combo, it's just muscle memory at this point. Yo, Toby, welcome. Let me do that and close the window up, otherwise we're gonna have a ton of mosquitoes. I don't want that. Okay. Start with that. Make it a little bit quicker. Let's grab another one. You are gonna go on here. That'll work for now. Push it up a little bit. Did I bring the random phase down here? Yes, okay, good. Little snare. I guess that'll be good in terms of the pitch. Just main, and this one to the filter. I mean, making skins for CM2, there hasn't been like a skin tool, but honestly, the skins still work the same as in Serum 1. So if you know how to edit an image, then you can basically do that. I just looked up the image for this section of the theme inside of the presets folder, and then the skins folder, and I just opened it in Photoshop. And I just removed the original logo and then just added my own. Simple as that. I believe there is not yet. I believe there's going to be a tool for like making skins, or at least making editing like certain features of the skins. I believe right now you cannot edit the colors of this, for instance, the colors of the LFO and stuff like that, like the color of this sort of like range, stuff like that. So, but other than that, you could basically make skins already by just editing the images, just like you would for a Serum 1 skin. Except, you know, there's like, I believe 2 or 3 times as many images now, so it's gonna take a lot more time. That's one issue. Okay, now we have this wavetable, which kind of goes to a rounded square wave, which is nice for snares. Maybe we'll just use this one on here. I mean, we can also change the curve, but because it stays at the top here, that's not really gonna help us much. So let's change this for a different one. Let's just use another LFO. We can copy this one. We have the same kind of rate. And let's just do something like this maybe. And let's add a bit of a resonance to here. So I'm just going to go in here. Let's just remove all of these. They are all. And let's make some resonance. So I'm just going to go and add that. And then maybe a bit of this one as well. Let's see. What do we want to do? Maybe this one. Something like that. I don't know, it's kind of annoying, like it doesn't want to go to 50% here for me, so I'll just do one of these and then do shift to zero crossing, so now it is at 50, or I guess 51%, but at least I know that these are exactly at the zero crossing point. Let's bring that down, and now we want to have another one. Guess we can just copy that so we have the whole setup already. And then let's create a bit of a shape. That, and we'll put that on here. Or I believe there's also a nice wavetable for this. In this one or that one, I believe I used that one in the past. And that shape. Let's try out what happens if we put this one on the global tuning. Not much of a difference, so it's fine. Let's add maybe sample here. Why not? Let's go and do... Let's try a splitter. And then on here, let's try using some convolution maybe. You know what, I'm just gonna load up a snare preset that is kind of similar to this, because I don't want to spend too much time on the snare here. I have this preset here, which is kind of similar. As you can see, same kind of shape here. I guess I used the 6 partials one instead of the 4. And then we have a clap, and we got some noise. This is doing the noise. This is doing the clap, and I see the resonance as well, filtering that. So I can just quickly run you through it here. That's the snare without any processing. So same kind of thing. That's the fundamental. Bit of a resonance. Bit of a clap. And some noise. A little bit high pitched in this case because I pitched it up to 7 here. Let's try that. Then this one down. That's nice as well. And then we have the mixer here, so we got the convolution on just the highs here. Isn't really doing all that much, but after like some processing, you're really gonna hear that extra little bit of tilt that it creates, even though it's very short. We got a filter, just sort of like messing a little bit with the sound. And we got an EQ, which is modulated by something. Don't know what. Oh, here. This shape, it's just changing the gain a little bit here. And then I'm just running it through a little bit of a subtle tube. Like this is going up 7, so it ends up on F, I guess. Let me bring this. So this is 7 minus 1, so that is going to become minus 8. Then this is going to become that. And then we can just put it somewhere. So this is really just adding a bit of the resonance. See, without it, it just sounds like a basic snare. And then with that, you kind of get some resonance, and then change the pitch here. -5 is actually pretty cool as well. Changes just the resonance of the sound. And I will maybe, let's see, we got, this one is controlling the resonance. Let me put a macro on that. Macro 1. Just call that resonance. So we can maybe somewhere like there. Let's go back in here. Just the kick is a little bit basic right now. I think I'll add a little bit of noise to it. Just to give it a little bit more of a click. And I guess we can maybe put the phase somewhere around here. Then this one is gonna go on here. We'll probably do some post-processing to that, but let's do that. Let's call that kick. And we'll probably tweak these later on as well. Snare. Let's group these. Call that drums. Now it would probably be good to add some heads. Or some kind of a symbol, maybe. Let's go and do... Let's find addictive drums. Like maybe some kind of a splashy kind of symbol, like one that just hits on every beat. So we have some nice high end throughout the entire thing. Let's just go symbols maybe. Something different than that. Should we go with a ride? Pick one. Doesn't really matter for now. I mean, that one just works. Let's just bounce that to a new track. If we can maybe give it a little bit of groove. Doesn't matter too much for now. Let me add a little bit of this one to the drums here to make sure that we're not clipping. Now I've also recently I haven't used this plugin in ages, but I put it on some drums lately and it sounded pretty good. So kind of does a similar thing. You know that one. I completely forgot I had it, but like maybe like 3%, something like that on a drum bus. And it sometimes does wonders. Actually don't mind it. Haven't seen that in forever, no, exactly. But it kind of does the same thing, it just has a built-in limiter, it cuts it off at like 0. And at the same time it just adds makes it a little bit fatter. I mean, it does act like a compressor, yeah. I believe, I'm not entirely sure what it does under the hood, but I guess it's just some like multi-band compression or something. Something like that, and this color is probably just like a tilt EQ or some stuff like that. But I never use that, so. A fricandelifier, yeah, something like that, exactly. I guess we can just get rid of that track because we got this now. Let's just call that symbol. Well, it's kind of a ride, but it sounds like a symbol, so. Let's maybe add some hats. Let's see if I have some hats that I can chuck in. You know what? Let's go with something. Where's that one? Oh, this one. Let's throw that one in. They were already vocoded, if I'm correct, but I'll see what we'll end up doing with the drums. Kind of depends on what the rest of the tune is gonna do, right? Let's maybe make some bass. And we were chatting about respaces in the chat earlier, and I got a bit of a weird one with respaces, you know, like you can make them in a synth, but honestly I prefer, well, I do make like the res kind of thing in a synth, but then I like to just make a patch which just modulates parameters slightly at random, and then bounce like an 8-bar or a 16-bar section, and then put that into a sampler. And usually that gets me a lot better results when it comes to reses than when I'm just trying to make the res in a synth, because you know you can get carried away a lot with trying to make it work exactly how you want in the synth. But most of the time when I'm just letting it modulate stuff and then just find like a little cool section and put that into a sampler and then loop that, I get much better results and then work from there. But I can show you how I do that process because it's kind of fun to do. Let's just add a note. This is 4 bars. Let's just do 16 bars so we have plenty of stuff to work with. And we're just gonna grab a D sharp note. And let's just loop this. And when you do it this way, you can also kind of use a lot more unison. You don't necessarily have to stick to the 2 voices, so you get like the clear sort of like beating kind of sound that you would normally get with a res, right? Like that kind of sound. You can actually use more voices, and it doesn't really matter. My FMate res tutorial? Dude, that's an old one then. I haven't used FMate in in years. Let's put you down. And let me maybe let's stick to that. Let's go with 5 voices maybe. And let's start setting up a bit of a LFO here. I'm gonna go with free, and I'm gonna go with sample and hold. And I'm gonna bring the smooth up, do BPM mode, set it to something like this, and let me copy that to all the other ones. So they're all set up in the same way. And I'm going to use LFO 2 here. Let's put that on the D tune. And I'm gonna use LFO 1 to modulate the rates of all of these. So let me just chuck you in here, chuck you in here, chuck you on here, chuck you in there, chuck you on there. And then we need to go into the matrix, and we need to just change these rates a little bit so that they're not going as quickly. Maybe pretty subtle. We don't want to overdo that. But I just want the rates of the LFOs to kind of change a little bit. They can be slightly different from each other, it doesn't really matter. We just want to have random stuff happening. Like right now you don't really hear it, but this one is kind of just, you can see it goes slower and faster. We might even just make some of these bipolar. And sometimes it goes really slow. Maybe we bring this up a bit because it might go too slow. But just so we get some variety in the rates of these LFOs. Now let's see. Let's start with some filtering. Now I really like using band reject filters here for Resus, because you get this kind of thing. Let's just take another one of these and map it to the filter here. But that's just gonna move that around. And then let's use another one. We'll chuck that on the width. Right away we got all kinds of stuff happening. Maybe bring this up a little bit. So it doesn't go all the way into the low end and we still have the low end. We could maybe... Fuck it, let's take another one and put that on here. So by making it bipolar and then pushing this up so that the positive end of the range goes so like beyond 100%, you can make sure that for certain areas it stays at 100% and then every once in a while it brings the mix down. So you could even bring this up to here. And see, sometimes it brings that mix down and then other times it just stays at 100% because it's going above 100%, but it cannot really go above 100%. So that way we get some cool extra movement here. Maybe we'll change some of these rates, maybe slow one of these down a bit. And let's go into here. Let's start playing with some effects. So, guess first one could be distortion. Let's grab let's make one of those move around a bit here. And we'll take another one. And we're gonna move that down. So we get some extra movement happening in the low end. Might even throw that before here, see what happens. Sure, why not? Maybe we'll go in here and send this one into filter 2 and grab one of these phaser filters or something. That usually gives some pretty cool results. Mix down a little bit. We could even grab another one of these, put that on the mix. And let's continue here. Grab another filter. Let's do a double notch. You can also stack two maybe. Slower one and a slightly quicker one. Let's bring another one here. Let's grab another one of these. Maybe opposite direction. This is just one note, yeah. Let's resonance. Let's do a similar thing as what I did earlier, but now we're doing it at the bottom of the range. So for the most part it just sticks to no resonance, and then every once in a while it brings a little bit of resonance in. And what we probably also want to do at this point is start adding some of these LFOs to the aux sources here, so that it adds even more variety. Like, I'm basically just adding a ton of random movement, and we could, for instance, like we can see here, LFO2 is controlling the tune, so why don't we, in fact, let me copy these to all the other ones as well. There we go. So now all of them are random LFOs, and let's just start using some of these on here. Let's put that there, put that there, 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 and let's see, we got, sure, put you there, put you there, and let's go and mess with these. The filter frequency is pretty good for that. What was the filter variation? Filter 1, that was a band reject. Okay, that's definitely a one that we want to modulate as well. Let's grab that and put it on here. Maybe something on here. Level 3, sure, that can go on there. Let's grab you on here. Let's grab, why not, number 1 on here. And then we'll do, I don't know, 5 on here. Just so, as long as it's a different LFO than the one that you're using to modulate it with, it's gonna be good. Put 6 on there. Well, resonance doesn't need it, to be honest. Now the rate of these is not really changing, so let me just chuck you on there, you, and you. Let's just change those a bit. Cool. Let's continue. A bit of that maybe. And a bit of that. Let's, why not add a little bit of that as well. And then maybe we'll modulate that. I mean, yeah, it's kind of similar thing. Let's go and add another filter. Why don't we add another band reject? Let's do another double notch as well, why not? let's add compressor. Now it's taking out quite a lot here, so let me maybe we'll bring this down a bit, or we'll control this with another LFO. And there's also now, of course, stereo sub, so let me put that in. We're basically just making this move in all kinds of random ways, and then we'll resample it afterwards. Maybe I'll add some noise. Why don't we use another oscillator, so the sub in this case, put that at -3, and then we'll use the sub to control the level of the noise. So we kind of get that kind of sound, as opposed to just straight noise. I'll let it not run through this one, so we just have it running through the effects chain here. Let's I'm gonna set up a little thing here, so let me check. So I want to control these two peaks. So that one sits at around 80 Hertz, maybe 78, something like that, and this one at 114. So let's set this up. 80, was it 78-ish? And the other one was 114. 115, that's also fine. Maybe that one is not even needed, just this first one. And let's use an LFO to control the gain here. So it goes from 0 to 50, so sometimes it takes it down and other times it's there. We put it somewhere around here. And then we'll chuck another one of these LFOs on the aux source here. Let's use number 7. And let's, why not add more filtering? I think we can still get more movement. Starting to get there though. Add another distortion. At this point I might also start doing some post-processing instead of doing stuff in Serum. Let's see. This one is kind of cool. But I think I want to get the more crunchy sound out of some other stuff so we can control it a little bit better. Let's just add a bit of that, which kind of also evens out the volume. Like without this, see, it still goes, well, it's not too bad because we added the OTT, but you can see it kind of still moves around a little bit. And then when we add this, it really evens it out. It gets quieter, but it also evens it out in terms of the level. Let's maybe add some more stuff. Now I have a rack that I use for this every once in a while. Let me find it real quick. Audio effect rack. Why is there no audio effect rack in here? There we go. I have this rack called Neuro EQ mod. Might as well add that one. So what this is, it's basically just a couple of different peaks and notches, and then one peak that, or like a couple of cuts, and then one peak in the low end. And you can see here, it goes like with a very limited range. And then there's the resonance as well for that peak. And then I got the low cut here that has a similar range, and then the resonance for that. But you can see it's not really doing the full range. It's quite sort of like limited in how I mapped it. And then there's these other ones. Again, this one has a bigger range, as you can see. And we got a notch with quite a big range. And if we now group this, I use my control key. It's almost dry though, it's not fully sticking anymore. Now I can map these to some macros in here. I could also do it on this rack, but it's nicer to just map them to the macros of the parent rack. So I can also maybe map more stuff if I want to. Close that down. And let's find... I'm just gonna save real quick before Ableton decides to crash. Let's grab the device randomizer. Which is basically just a bunch of random LFOs. It's kind of like a random LFO, but as soon as you map it to a rack, it will move all of the macro knobs at a random sort of like fashion. So it's basically 16 random LFOs in one, but you don't have to add like 16 random LFOs and then map them all one by one. You can just map this one thing to a rack and then it kind of does its thing. Now I do like to map these because that's kind of the rate of those random LFOs, and this is like a random frequency modulation of the rate, so that will change some stuff. Let me go and set this up, not too slow and definitely not too quick. Then bring this one up a little bit, bring that down a bit, and that's fine. So now we can hit map and click on the title of this rack, and all of this will start moving. Now, before I start adding more stuff, let me click here so it stops moving them around, because usually when this is all moving around and I start adding more stuff, sometimes Ableton crashes. Let's see if we can make it a little bit more crunchy. Let's see. We could split this up into frequency bands maybe, which is pretty easy. Let's just grab an EQ3. Or wait, let's try this. Let me use... I haven't really used this one on a Reese's yet, but it might be pretty interesting. Let's use... where is it? Kilohertz Shaper Table. Let's see what this does on a Reese. Just Click here, so it's moving them. Now it's clipping as well because we have this EQ thing moving around, but it adds a lot of randomized sort of like movement in here. Isn't there a new update for the randomizer? There is, but it's slightly different. Well, it's not really a newer update. It's kind of like an older device, actually. This one is newer. There's another device that's similar. Let me do that. And I believe it's called the... Which one was it? The Max API Decimator, I believe. Which is this one. It kind of does a similar thing, but it's older. And it does use less CPU, but for this kind of thing, it doesn't really matter because we're gonna resample this anyway. So, like, we're definitely using some more CPU with this, but it's fine. See, it jumps up from like 25 to what? 30, 40-ish, but it's fine. Let's see if we can find some interesting thing here. So I think this would be nice on maybe the high end and not on the rest of the sound. I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's split this up into frequency bands so we get a bit more control. And might as well add a bit of saturation after this rack. So let's find, let's just do an ozone. Or a trash, I mean. I'm sorry. Something not too crazy. Just to make sure we're not clipping like crazy. I quite like the smooth overdrive. Let's do that. Let's make a little frequency split rack. Okay, my control key was stuck. Let's do that. Let's map this one and that one. And then let's turn this off. Let's duplicate that 2 times. Let's do that and that. So this is the high, mid, and the low. And then let's add some stuff here. So let's try the shaper table on the high end. We can put it in front of here, so it's still sort of like adding this effect on the entire sound, but then it's doing the frequency split after that, so that it kind of, we're left with just the high end, but we can start messing with this here. So maybe something from the spectral thing or something. And then by So we can get a pretty crunchy sort of like high end. Depending on which thing we grab here. The FM ones work pretty well for this as well. Oh, we're getting a lot of stereo as well, so might as well go and do a little bit of this. Bring that down a bit. We're still getting a ton of it. Alright, let's add something to the mids as well. Let's just do a trash. And we're basically just trying to create as much randomized stuff here. We're not really doing that much randomization at the moment, but at least not post serum. But I'll probably chuck in another one of those neuro racks at some point. What can we do here? That one creates some pretty cool tones. Now, because we have them separate, we can also do this and bring the mix in here. And then let's add another one to the low end. Maybe on the low end we'll use tape saturation or something to kind of push the lows a little bit. And then we can add the mix as well for that one. And maybe on the highs, do we have a mix here? Yeah, we also have a mix. So let's just map that, and map that. And because this is all in one rack, we can just map these straight to here and they're gonna move around. I should probably put this at the start. That right here. What else can we do to make it move more? I mean, we can add another neural rack, why not? And we'll just start adding these again to ones here. Let's maybe grab that one, just so that they're different from the other rack that we have. There we go. Let's see, do we have something cool? What happens if we add this one? Give it even more movement in terms of like almost like a unison kind of thing. I don't mind that. I do think we'll move that one around. So the mix, just add that to another one of these. And we could set up a bit of a range for that so it doesn't go up to 100. This one. Maybe do like 75% or something. And it might be nice to not have that on the low end. So, is there a filter built in here? High pass input. Oh, okay, that kind of does it. We can even move that as well. And then we just set up the range so that this goes from like, I don't know, maybe 250-ish to 800-ish. Doesn't really matter. Now we're clipping again as well. You know what? Might as well be cool if we go back into Serum and this one. Let's remove a couple of ones here. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of these last ones. Q at the end. And let's morph this so that we can go between these three shapes. And then we'll just map one of our LFOs to there. And then we'll set an aux source to one of our other LFOs. Okay. Now obviously we're getting a lot of clipping now, but it's fine. I might do another rack where it kind of changes the amount of the sort of like the peaks above, right above the sub. So like this one, and sometimes here, if it's a sol wave, we get another one. So that was what, 80 something hertz. And then this one is 114. Let's make a little rack that kind of changes those again. 78-ish. Then let's put one at 114. And then we'll add one final distortion. just group that. God damn it, used the wrong control key. Gain, macro 1. And this one, gain, macro 2. Set the mapping so that it doesn't go above there. Maybe a little bit for this second one. So it sometimes boosts that one a little bit. And might as well put the skill on a macro so that it sometimes does it even more than what I set it up as. Don't think we need adaptive EQ for this. So now let's map these. That should change the amount of these frequencies here. We could even add in like another one that sort of like boosts somewhere around here every once in a while. That could also be cool. Macro 4. Now, as you can see, we're getting a very dynamic thing now. But let's even it out a bit. First we want to have some distortion. That'll help. Let's just do another trash. We're basically just trying to create movement and do like a lot of random movement, you know? Could even do a multiband here. Put that around here maybe. That really evens out the sub. Might even be a bit too much. At this point I'm really just doing things at random. Do a bit of that, why not? And you know what? For good measure, okay. I think at this point I do want to even out the sub, because if I want to use this in a sample, it's nice if the sub would be sort of like a bit more consistent. So let's just grab an OTT, which does that, which is absolutely not what we want. But if I turn these two off, we can also like have this even out the sub. And then we can boost this. And as you can see, our sub is now consistent again. Maybe back it down a little bit. And then maybe we'll just add a saturator at the end or something. Just to prevent it from clipping. We can push it a little bit more. Just prevents it from clipping. Now at this point I might check real quick if we can bring some of the width back, because we've taken out a lot of width. I think it was here. Maybe bring some of this back. Or maybe we add some to, where's the, oh yeah, this is the frequency split one. Maybe we'll add some width at this point, might be good. We can add some extra movement with a phaser or something. Maybe we'll add a phaser to the mids here. And we can do a bit of that maybe. And maybe on the high end we'll add another one, but set it to there. Which will add some more width. Now we do get a lot of high end, but it is fine. We also get a very long select subtail at the end, but that's kind of fine as well. Maybe we'll just do a little extra notch that sweeps through the high frequencies somewhere at the end here. Kind of add a little bit more variety in the high end. Notch. Could maybe use the built-in Wanderer mode. And then if we want, we could map some of these as well. Do that one, let's do this one. Let's do the resonance maybe. Let's do the cutoff as well. Put that on there. And let's check where these are. So we got all the ones here. So we don't want this one to go too low. We want the resonance down a bit. The LFO amount, maybe somewhere around there. Something like that. The frequency can go pretty slow, but we don't want it to go too fast. So that adds a lot of extra movement in the high frequencies. And a little bit of stereo width as well because of this. Like this thing here. This, if we add a lot of that, it adds like a random position to the left and right speaker, but we don't want to have that too much. But if we just do like 4 or 5, it just adds a tiny little bit of a difference to the left and right speaker. Now at this point we have a lot of movement. And I would just start resampling some of this. So let me actually set up a little bit of a thing for that. Let's just do Control-Shift-R. And I'm just gonna resample really quickly. I'm just gonna resample like a couple of different takes, maybe 5 or something. So let's just do 9. That's the track that we're using. And then let's let me put these in a group. I kind of have similar ones here for C#, but let me just make a little folder. Today's the 25th. I guess we'll give it a similar name. Let's do D#, big Res sounds 1. And just let that bounce. So we have like 16 bars of that, and then we'll do that a couple of times. So every time we'll bounce it, it's gonna be different. And I don't really care. Fuck, I keep forgetting that the control key is not good anymore. Now we can just do 2. And then you can literally make all kinds of stuff out of this. With like samplers, which is kind of fun. Because you're not really too concerned about what the patch is exactly doing. You're just letting it move at random. You get happy accidents, which I'm a big fan of. And obviously you can do this with any kind of sound. It doesn't have to be a Res, you know? You can start from any kind of source. Do one more for good measure. Okay, let's turn that off so it's not consuming CPU. Let's turn the track off here. Let's go make a new track. That is 8 bars. Let's do this. And let's grab a sampler. Let me find those samples. We'll just grab the first one. Let's make sure that this is set to the right key. So D#, 0. I'll just start like this for now. Start like that. Now there's a couple of things we want to do. By default, the filter in here has key tracking, so usually I just turn the filter off because otherwise you lose a lot of high end. And I'm also going to bring the attack up a little bit. And maybe add a bit of a pitch envelope to the start. Now you can hear it does it on every note, but we're going to fix that. Let's go to global, let's make sure it has one voice. And then let's turn on the glide here. Okay, and now we can set up a little loop section here. And now it's all about hunting for something that works. That sounds cool. Okay, we're gonna bring you to here. Let's just loop that for now. And let's make sure it has a bit of a crossfade so we don't get clicks. You can get some really weird things. Because of all the movement that we did, all the random movement, there's like, you can see it as well here in the sub, there's like this sort of like weird oscillation happening. And those kind of sections can be pretty fun. Like look at the sub here. It has like a weird downwards movement, but there's also a sustained note. You can see it here as well. Like, see what's happening below the sub frequency? It's kind of fun. Like you would have never made that in a synth, you know? You would have never thought up and came up with that. And at this point, I would even maybe add like more processing, you know, because right now we have just this single thing sort of like you know, being re-triggered. But at this point, I would probably just add more processing, maybe add a little bit of an OTT. Why not? Subtly. That up a bit. Maybe add some extra distortion. Could also try use another distortion, but don't know which one I have that could be cool. Fuck it, we'll just use this one. boosting it quite a bit so that we can hear what all this movement is doing. Some of these areas are going to be too much, but... Oh, that's the end of the fall. Let's try maybe one of the other samples, see what is in there. Also try what happens if we add a bit of this FM here. See what that does. Like at this point, it's hard to find like something that will sound good because there's no context, right? So at this point I would usually start working on a track and then working it into the track, as if you get what I mean. because it's really easy to just get stuck doing this kind of stuff. Sup is an absolute mess here. Might have overcooked the sup a little bit too much. There's a little bit too little variation in the sup, I think. But you get the idea, and I have a couple of other ones as well. I can just quickly chuck one of these in. Sup is even crazier in this one. There's a longer file as well, so we have to bring this back. Same kind of process. Bit more distorted. Like stuff like that, where it has like a bit of high end followed with by sub. You get that kind of sound. Which can be really nice in a track. The speed of this and the length of this is really gonna depend on your tempo and the drums that you have. You can even just set like the mod wheel to that as well. So you could, for instance, say, what is that, loop length, I believe. And you can, I believe if we go negative, we can change the length. So you just set the slowest length that you want. And you can start moving it around. You can also map, like if we just grab another one of these things in here, let's do the foot controller. So that we have the foot controller here. We're not using a foot controller, but just so that we have something here. Foot controller. We can set that to, what is it, the loop start? Or is it the sample offset? I always forget which one it is. I guess it's the loop start. And then you can go to a different section by automating this. You can like move the position around as well. So there's a whole bunch of things you can do with that. And it's quite fun. But you can still use those same files as well for making other basses. You know, like let's say you want to make a bit of a bass that hits on the first beat. You can kind of do a similar thing. You just use the wrong key there. There we go. Like you can just grab another one of those kind of files. Something like that, why not? I like the sampler for it. Like if you want to have like a little step bass for your first beat, just use one of those long files, add like a pitch envelope to it, usually a pretty big one. And then just start going through to find like a cool little piece that works. And you can get all these. Obviously we have the filter turned on here, so let's turn it off. Maybe I'll bring this up so it's louder. And you can just go through and find like a cool little bass to have at the first beat and then make a Reese come in or whatever. It's quite a fun process. I think we're gonna just do some intro sound design, and then, because otherwise I can't put it into context. So let's see what we're gonna end up with. Let me just move everything out of the way. What do I want to do for the intro? Start with a drone, probably. I need to get used to this. I added all my favorite VSTs and effects and Ableton devices to the first collection, and I called that favorite. So I have a whole, can't really see it, but if we go here, I have this whole folder now with basically just control, or contains like all my favorite devices, and I need to get used to going into this folder because I keep going into here. I really don't like how when I click on plugins and there's nothing selected here, it takes ages for Ableton to show up all the plugins. See? And if I just go to, like, I don't know, distortion, bam, immediately all my distortions are here. But when I go to no filters, it's gonna keep going and going, and it takes like 20 seconds or something for it to come up with all the plugins. And it's really annoying. So I decided to just start putting my favorite ones into a folder, into a collection, which makes it a little bit easier to work with. And it's been doing that ever since Ableton added the new filtering stuff in the browser. So I believe like there's some stuff happening with all the filters, and you know, it's made it slower, which is not great. Should we start with? Make a little bit of a drone to start off with. Keep forgetting we're in a different key now. Let's just stick to this for now. See if we can come up with a cool vibe. Keep forgetting we're in a different key. There we go. We're in that key. I'm so used to using C# minor because I've been doing that for the last weeks or so. I mean, why not? couple of different presets here. Also, chat has gone quiet. Why is that? Stick to a bit of that. Not sure if this is the vibe, but hey, at least we can get started with something. I want to have a little bit more something to this, especially the drone. I guess a contact would work for that. Let's grab this one. Let's think what we're gonna do here. Start with that. A bit wider. So I wanna not use this as a piano, but I wanna use this section. It'll be pretty quiet, but not sure if these are even doing something if we're using that. I don't think they are. Don't think this is doing something either, so that's good. Doesn't matter. Let's reverb this out as well. Might want to add a little bit of EQ first, because we don't need all of that low stuff. Sure if I like this one. Yo. Let's try something else. Let's make some big brass sounds and see we can go somewhere from there. Let's use this one. Don't really use that one that often, but it's kind of a nice library. Be really quiet. We'll make it louder in just a bit. Wait. Why is it not showing up my automation? Oh, because I somehow turned that on. There we go. Let me also make the master a little bit louder. Don't think we'll use that for now. There we go. Maybe we'll layer it up with another one. The reverb on here. I can just duplicate this track. Let's see. Maybe we'll just layer it up with one of these. That one maybe? What if we EQ that so that it doesn't have any low end, but it keeps that low pitch? See what happens if we do that. Works. We could also just layer a synth underneath it. There's the mod wheel in here. Wait. Where's the mod wheel modulator? Do we have to go in here and do it that way? Note. Oh, here, mod wheel. That's annoying, but we have to do it through here. Fine though. I don't think we're getting very far with this stuff right now. I need some context, something to start from, something that gives me an idea of where I want to take it. What can we do for that? I have a folder here with things that I generated with AI. Let's see. Might just give us an idea, you know? Tinnitus sucks. I have it as well sometimes. Some of these are so fucking weird. The episodes are getting longer. I only notice it when I'm in like a really silent space. Didn't I already hear that? Yeah. Sure, let's just grab that one, why not? See where it leads us. See how that loops. Yeah, I know what you mean. Mine would also come out of nowhere. Now this is in... I believe it's in B minor. Or something close to it, which is a little bit of an annoying pitch. We can pitch it around. I think I also had another folder. I'm not sure if there's something in there. See, this is the kind of stuff I would actually still like I'm in general I'm against generative AI. But like these kind of things is kind of the only place where I'm like, yeah, you know, that could be a useful use case, being able to just generate a sample, you know, and I'm saying that as somebody who sells sample packs, you know, like I'm working on another track and I was completely stuck with that one and I felt like it needed a vocal layer and I found, I don't know which one of these it is. Says no, 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 one of these inspired that tune. No, 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 no. Some of these are so weird, like they follow, some of these are like suddenly out of tune or they make no sense in terms of the harmonic content. This one kind of still works, but... Oh, it was this one. I got that and I was like, okay. I mean, I need to piss, so... I might as well open that one up for you guys real quick. You can listen to that one. Because I don't really have something else. Guess it's this one. Maybe we'll work on that one, see if I can work on it. Even though I'm not entirely sure where to take it from what I have now with that one. I'm kind of stuck on that one, so... It's basically just a drop at the moment. but you can listen to this drop while I'm taking a piss. Might be loud, so let me just turn it down a little bit. But it's kind of the same thing. I started with that sample. Here's that sample. I just melodined the shit out of it because I only had this thing and I wanted a variation. So, and I also removed a ton of other stuff because, as you can hear, there's percussion in it. I ran it through a stem splitter to get rid of the percussion. Then I ran it through Melodyne to create like another layer to it. To make like another variation. And I pitched it down. Then I created that little difference there. And then there's another layer here which is just completely mangled up with Melodyne, but then reverb the shit out of it. And I then added another contact layer as well. And that all together became quite a lot of reverb on it, but and I then made some bass. And some drums. And then I ended up with this, and I'll be back in just a bit because I need to piss like crazy. So, one moment, I'll be back in just a bit. So that's what I ended up with, which is kind of alright. It's actually where I made that snare as well that I used in the other project just now. Some weird shit in the drums, but this break is kind of odd. I'm not sure where to take it from here, you know? Where to go from here. Yeah, exactly. Break is weird by itself. When you hear the drums by itself, it's like, huh? But in context of the whole thing, it kind of works. Some noisier loops because I couldn't be bothered to make the the last section. I couldn't be bothered to make some new drums for that. But yeah, I'm really not sure where to go from here, you know? I mean, they fit so well. Just two of the breaks and I just chopped them up and it fits so well. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. But yeah, I'm really not sure where to take that one. So I spent like a couple of hours yesterday trying out stuff, and I didn't like where everything was going. So I was like, let's not work on it tonight because I know what's gonna happen when I do that. If you know a female MC to murder this beat, that's a joint. I don't. It seems to be a bridge now. I don't know exactly. I don't know. I'm kind of as well like it could be a bridge, yeah. It could also be an A section or a B section to a drop, and then there needs to be another section. If you get what I mean. Not sure if there's... Maybe there's another one in here that could be cool. Some of these also make no sense in terms of the harmonics. Like harmonically, well, maybe it makes sense, but not to my brain.
No.
Like that one could be something. Like this is the only thing I would actually use AI for. Just have it generate some kind of idea that you can start and build around that.
No, no. No.
These were all generated with 11 Labs, which I don't have a paid account for, by the way. I just use my free credits when I feel like I'm stuck with something. I'll just, you know, just use the free credits that you get every month. But like when it comes to like actually generating entire pieces of music, I think that's so fucking whack, you know. But like just generating something that has a particular vibe in terms of like a sample, and then starting from that or using that as some inspiration, sure. Like I'm fine with that kind of stuff. And I wish that more AI companies would actually take their tools in that direction, you know, as opposed to just, yo, generate some music, upload it to Spotify, and make some money, you know? That's the most fucking boring ass fucking shit ever. Plus, then you just get a piece of music that usually sounds like it's made by AI, whereas if you just have it generate a sample and then you build a whole track around that by just doing stuff yourself, you're kind of masking that one sample is AI, and maybe you're not even ending up using that sample in the end, right? You might just use it first as a starting point, and then at some point you delete it, and you're like, okay, now I just have a nice track with just a tiny gap to fill with a vocal. And you just get a vocalist or whatever, and you just do that. It can be good for just generating like some things like this though, like some orchestral percussion, for instance. It can be pretty good at that, actually. But the only thing that I ran into is that a lot of times it's very hard to make it generate just solo percussion. Like you'll hear this as well. Like a lot of these will have other instruments in them. Even though I told it, yo, give me solo percussion. And then still you'll get like some other stuff in there. And every once in a while it will make one that is actually a solo percussion thing. Like that one. Anyways, let's see. What are we gonna do? I'm gonna go and hunt for a vibe. Out of pure curiosity, neutron errors. Have you heard much from... No, I haven't. I'm gonna try and find some chords that I like. Let's just grab an omnisphere. If it wants to open, of course. Come on, you can do it. Omnisphere is having one of those days again. Okay. It's fine. As soon as it's opened, it's gonna be quicker. It is pretty slow today, though. Damn. It's so weird. Sometimes it opens in like 5 to 10 seconds, and other times it's like, yo, give me half a minute. There we go. Let's just grab my favorite one. This is pretty long. I like that. That change is really cool. Like this would, I guess, normally be... Well, this note wouldn't be in the scale, that A note, but kinda sounds cool. That sounds cool as well. I don't like the second one though. That's kind of nice. Let's see if we can add a bit of... is there something on the mod wheel here? Okay, the mod wheel controls the... how quick the attack is. Which I don't really like. I think I'm gonna swap it out for contact. We have more control. Try this one, which is also like a children's choir. Probably gonna sound slightly different, but I wish there was a patch for both combined. Okay, it actually gets louder when we use that. Let's see. Might actually be able to use some of those samples. One of these as percussion. Something like there. Now the question is, what is this? This could be a B diminished, because that is a B diminished. It could also be if we would have that, an F diminished, I guess. Why not use both? I mean, this one kind of works. Does that last one want to be different, maybe? That's also sick. Let's see. What happens if we start adding more notes to this? Grab a contact. And find... let's just grab this one for now. Grab the ensemble so we have a really big range. And see if we can write some extra things to this. Let's just grab this one. But this would be the sharp in the root probably. So that we can hear what the actual chords are going to be. Maybe I should also add a little bit of that same mod wheel kind of movement. Let's copy this. We can copy the reverb as well. That one is a little bit more quiet, but let me just... I keep forgetting that I made a collection for all my favorite devices. Really need to get that muscle memory. Might as well have this one be a bit more like that. I don't want to go there, but... But it does that, right? Oh no, it goes... there. And then it has that there, so let's see. Fuck. Was it that? I accidentally moved it. Yeah, it was that. Let's see, this chord would be... I guess a D minor. But part of me kind of wants something different there, but let's see. Let's give it a shot. I mean, it does work. Somewhat. I do kinda like it, but... Let's see. Let's try another one. I'm gonna start with the strings this time. That kind of wants to go there, but let's see. Hmm. I just need to have a good chord progression, and then I can. What other progression would be cool? What if we start? What if we start on B or something? The key of D sharp. Yeah. If we could go there or something. So that would make this one major normally. But we can also make it minor. Heck, we could even just extend this one. I've done this progression plenty of times already though, in projects I've been working on. I kind of want to do something with a note that is sort of like unexpected, if you get what I mean. So in the key of D sharp, let's tuck you in. Just stick to this for now. simple chord, not too fancy. Might as well start with just 2 chords for now. Let me copy. Let's just do that. So like this would normally be, I guess, minor as well. Yeah. And then this one would normally be major. Yeah, this one would also normally be major. But what if we make it minor? I do like that one though, which would be a B minor. That one would work really well right here, I think. And then what can we do here? What would that normally be in the scale? I guess that. And also you can make ones that normally would be minor, make them major, and see what happens. Like that, for instance. Or make them what is that? Sus2? also works, just doing that. That's also nice. Dropping down to, what is that? I guess that is D sharp sus2. That's kind of cool. So basically just dropping that one down. I need this again though. Move that one as well. So many different things you could do. Not sure we're gonna actually write something today that ends up being nice, but we got some cool chords. Do like that as well. Yeah, millimeters. Don't like this one. Oh. I think because it's major. I don't like it. That could be another one. Let's just do something really weird. I mean, that's not that weird, actually. Could make it weird by doing that. Then it's major again, though, but... it's not the full major chord, so... it might actually work. Writing chords is such a fucking weird thing, but it can be fun. You can create really weird stuff, but to find something that is actually nice is sometimes a bit of a struggle. For me, at least. D, D, F. I guess it does want to go there. I mean, that one is kind of nice. What did we have before? I also had something in my head before the stream, which was more like a chromatic thing, and I'm not sure what that was. Let's see. Which I've been thinking about doing something with for a while now, but grab this little section. And that was like having something that rises chromatically, I guess. Which, if we're in D sharp, would make sense to have that happening from here, maybe? Or from there? Let's see. Let me just make it a little lower. Maybe even just that, so we just skip one there. That would make it a little bit easier. Because this could be basically just a D sharp minor to, in this case, that would become a B major. But maybe with that in the low note. And then that would go to, well, could be a couple of things. I guess. That doesn't sound... I'm not sure about what I had in my head before the stream. I had something when I was walking to the supermarket and I was like, huh, that could be really cool. But I completely forgot it. But it was something with like a rising line like that. Kinda cool. That would be... This would just be a C sharp major. And then this would become... What? A D... D diminished or something? I don't really like this one, but the rest is cool. What would this one be? Keep it minor? That would be weird. That's kind of interesting. I actually really like that. they're basically all minor except for this one. But because the D sharp is in the bass, it doesn't really sound too major, I guess. This one still has a bit of a something that I don't like. I guess this one is major as well, if we do that. Or, well, that's augmented, I guess. That's even weirder. Yeah, not sure. But it's also getting late, so I think I'm gonna call it quits for tonight, and we'll be back next week. And just do some more stuff. I hope next week I'll have something ready to work from, because that might make the stream a little bit more interesting for you guys. Tonight isn't really going too well, but I'm also sweating my ass off here because it's hot inside, so maybe that's why. My brain isn't really working too well. It is what it is. Do we have any questions or something? Something that chat wants to know about? Maybe you want to know something about drums, drum sound design, or whatever. Let me know right now, because I'll be able to talk about some stuff before we end. Where's the drums? There. Thank you anyway. Yeah, it's fine. My brain isn't really working at the moment. I'm sorry. Sometimes you have that, you know? Yeah, I think I'll just call it quits for tonight. Because I'm not really gonna be doing much else today than what we've been doing so far. Thanks though for being here. I'll be back next week and make sure that I'll have something to work on so that we can actually do something productive. Thanks for being here. I'll be in the Discord, so if you want to just come hang out there, then come to the Discord. You know where to find it. Link will be in the chat. One moment. And if you want to support me and get samples and other things, then go to the Patreon. Like the Ableton team and the Mini-Medias team and what else? Well, a lot of samples, wavetable packs, of course. And we got like, well, yeah, quite a bit of stuff at this point, actually. Check out the Patreon if you want. I'm gonna be, well, I'm thinking about doing a tutorial recently, or yeah, well, recently I've been thinking about doing a tutorial. We've been talking about this in the Discord a little bit, and I'm not sure if you well, if you guys are interested in that, but next to drum and bass, I also listen to quite a bit of like, well, I would call it dark ambient, but when you search on YouTube for dark ambient, or at least when you search on tutorials about dark ambient, you get absolutely nothing about the kind of stuff that I would call dark ambient, if you get what I mean. So I've been thinking about making a bunch of tutorials, or at least one, going into some stuff like that. But, well, we talked about it in the Discord, like, when you search on YouTube for a dark ambient tutorial or something along those lines, how to make dark ambient, whatever, all you get is just people making, and no hate to those people, by the way. No hate to those people. Whatever they're making is still good, but they're just making tutorials about like, you take like a piano, put some reverb on it, take a synth pad, put some reverb on it, put a sustained respace underneath it, and then layer like a sine pluck that with a bunch of reverb in it, and they call it dark ambient, and I'm like, but it sounds dreamy. It sounds like I'm floating in a dream. It doesn't sound dark at all. So my brain went, dark ambient. When I think dark ambient, I immediately think about the Cryo Chamber record label, which is probably the most well-known label for dark ambient because they just put out so much music. And a lot of it is much more industrial, much more gritty, and it actually sounds dark, But there's no tutorials about that at all, or at least not that I could find. So my brain went, maybe I should just make a few, because the kind of sounds that you hear in those tracks could still work really well on drum and bass as well, if I'm honest. Yeah, we were talking about it, exactly. It's like, there is a gap there in the tutorial kind of stuff, and I kind of know how to do things like that, so might as well make something. But I don't know yet. I'll see. I'll have to write something and cook something up, But I do think there's a gap for like some cool videos about that kind of stuff. And like I said, those kind of sounds and that kind of style of sound design can still work really well in drum and bass as well. Like, it's just add a drum and bass beat under it, speed up the tempo a little bit, and it works. So, have you ever seen the Torso S4? No, I don't even know what that is. I have been looking into getting a new portable recorder. I used to have a portable recorder. I still should have it somewhere, but it's like all battered up and like the battery, what do you call that little piece of plastic that covers the, well, I guess the battery cover. I just came up with it. The battery cover piece is missing, so the batteries are exposed, and it's like there's dents in it, and it's just like completely battered up. It's like an old Tascam portable recorder. So I've been kind of looking into maybe getting a new one, and which would allow me to like record some stuff and like record some field recordings, because that usually, you know, works pretty well. The Zoom recorders are great. Yeah, I've never been a fan of the brand Zoom, to be honest. I've always been more of a fan of the Tascam ones, and I was looking at the new ones from Tascam. What were they called again? Porta Capture or something like that. Those seem pretty good. Like the one issue with a lot of them is that they have quite a bit of noise. Like the preamps in it can be quite noisy, especially if you use the built-in microphones. So especially if you want to do field recordings and stuff like that, like record like ambient sounds and stuff like that from like the world around you that you can then use and process into like other kind of stuff. It's quite important that it doesn't have too much self noise, is what they usually call it, because you're going to be boosting quite a bit, right? And that noise is all going to be brought up, and especially the cheaper ones, there's quite a bit of that, and usually it can still work fine for like recording I don't know, band practice or recording some voiceovers or whatever. But when you really start processing sounds, that extra noise that it records, that is basically coming from the preamps within the device, can really mess up like the recordings and really, well, be a pain to work with. So I was looking at the ones, or looking at like which ones are pretty quiet, and it seemed that the new line from Tascam is a lot quieter than the older ones. So I was kind of looking at that one, but it's also not the cheapest, so I'm not entirely sure. First, I need a new keyboard, though. That's for sure, because the this one is at its end of its life. I can't even use my left control key anymore at this point, so that's the first thing I'm ordering tomorrow. Maybe next pay I'll look into getting a recorder and seeing which one I want. Like, the Zoom ones seem pretty alright too, but like I said, I've never really been a big fan of them. The best one would obviously be one of those, like, what were they called again? Sony D100s or something, but they're not made anymore. And they were already expensive back when they were still sold. But now they're not made anymore, and you can still find them, like, used, like online on like eBay and like other sites like it. Like, we have a Dutch site like that as well, but they're now so much more expensive than what they used to be when they were sold. It's absolutely insane. The Tascam DR7, yeah, I've seen that one. Isn't it XR instead of XP? But that one has quite a bit of self noise, actually. It's one of the cheaper models, but that's the issue with a lot of those cheaper models, is that the noise that the preamps make is picked up by the mics. And like I said, if you're just using it for like recording some band practice or stuff like that, or you just want to record some sounds and use them as is, it's fine. You know, no deal at all. But when you want to take like sounds and really start maybe boosting the level, because you're recording ambient sounds, for instance, like ambience around you, which is often pretty quiet, right? And then you're going to boost the volume a lot, and then that noise level is just brought up, and it becomes pretty audible. And that's why I wouldn't necessarily go for a cheaper one. Like, I forgot which one I had back in the day, but it was also one of the more expensive ones from Tascam, because it doesn't have that much noise coming from the preamps. Like, for that kind of purpose, you kind of want that. The best ones are like the from Zoom, at least. They have the same kind of problem. Like, if you have the, what is it called, the H1 and the H2N or whatever they're called. And then you have the H4, I believe. Those all have kind of a similar issue where they have quite a bit of noise coming from the preamps. And then there's the... Was it Zoom as well that made the F3? Which is more like a professional kind of one. And then they have the F6, I believe. And those just have a lot less of that noise coming from the device itself. But they're also a lot more expensive, you know? So... kind of a way, kind of weighing the pros against the cons and just being like, okay, what do you want to spend on it and what is the best that you can get for that money, you know? Again, I'm not sure yet. I might just go for a cheaper one if I feel like that. Maybe I can find the one that I had because I'm pretty sure it still had some noise in the background as well because it's an old one, so I might have to look, see if I can find it. Like, even without the battery cover, it should still work, you know? Although I would like a new one. Because this one is, I don't know where it is, but if I could show you, like, there's the paint is coming off. You can't even read anymore what the buttons are because the paint is just completely gone. The microphone protective cap, because that one had like a whole like construction around the microphones as well to kind of protect them. There's like dents in it, and I don't know, the thing has fallen like a bunch of times out of my camera back, and it's like, yeah, it's not in the greatest shape. It's gotten quite a bit of use though, but like I said, I don't even know where it is. Maybe it's in my old camera bag or something, which is stored in the attic. Might have to go check there. I haven't seen it for like years. I haven't used it for years. But I used to use it back in the day when I did quite a bit of stuff with like video recording. And I would use it to record like better audio than what my camera mic would record. And that was back in the day before there you had like all those, you know, like all those like what? No, there's no bees anymore. There's no bees anymore. The bees are gone. And I had no bees. It was my neighbors on both sides that had bees. I've never seen a bee inside. Well, maybe one or two, but those were just like completely lost bees that flew in through my own window that was open, you know? But I had no bees like coming into my roof. My neighbor though, he had a ton of them in his attic. Like every day when he went up to his attic, there were like 30 bees or something. That's why eventually he called the beekeeper to get rid of them after like months and months, and that's how the nest in his roof became like 50,000 bees. If he had just called earlier, it would have probably been a couple of thousands, but hey, they're completely gone now. They removed them. It took like 4 days or something for all the bees to go away, but it's kind of fixed now. You should have seen it, mate. There were so many bees flying around my house. It was absolutely insane. I couldn't really use my front door because there was so many bees, and because they had, you know, destroyed the hive. They were really aggressive. So I just used my back door for like a couple of days. Like if I would look out of my front window, like the kitchen window, you could see just thousands of bees just flying. They were all like flying against the kitchen window, and like, well, basically there was this box, right? This box that they put the bees in, right? They find the queen, put the queen in that box, and then all the other bees need to go in there. That box was in my front yard, so, you know, well, front yard, it's like 50 centimeters wide or something, maybe a meter max, so it's not really a yard, but you get what I mean. No, they just, you know, find the queen, put that into that box, and then wait until all the other bees go in there as well, and then they take them with them. Like the beekeeper even knew where they came from. He was like, when they even the first time they checked, they couldn't find the queen, so he just basically destroyed part of the hive and took that with him. But then they were so aggressive that I couldn't really go out of the front door. And then the day after he came back, and he finally found the queen at some point. And then from the queen, he could see where that queen came from, which is, I was like, yo, how the fuck do you know that? But apparently they marked them. So they put like a little colored dot on the back of the queen so they know exactly where they come from. And he was like, yeah, there's a queen that comes from there and there, and it was born this year, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, well, take it with you. Yeah, mate. I saw the dude just climb on my roof, or the roof of my neighbors, of course, but it's like the houses are all attached to each other. Um, and he sits on the roof and he just gets stung like 5 times or something, and he just doesn't bat an eye. And I'm like, dude, that wouldn't be my job at all. I can't imagine doing that as a job. Oh my god. Like, I have no problems with a couple of bees, you know, but thousands that are trying to attack you because you're trying to get rid of their hive? No. Even while wearing one of those suits, you know, I would still be like, nope. I'll stay away. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back next week, and I'll be in the Discord, like I said. I'll be back again next week around 9 p.m., something like that, Amsterdam time. And yeah, hope you have a good night. See you all in the next one. Peace. Oh. See you all in the next one. Peace.